Tampa Rays and the Miami Marlins use a platform that's really common in retail called Persado that uses generative AI to help augment their emails, and they've seen a huge lift, right? And that's an example of a platform that was not sports native. Someone from the Cubs started using it, and word of mouth got out, and now you have all these, baseball teams using a what's a generative AI sort of workflow product that a lot of major retailers like Verizon and others have been using. We used them at um, the parent company of Sears and Kmart for years. And I think, you're seeing that introduction, but to know that that many teams were using it for the last few years, I think it's surprising. So I think there are on the left side buckets of folks that have been already using this for actually more than 2, 3 years that may not even have been obvious, when you look at like general trends. And I think that's what's really interesting is that those who are embracing may not necessarily been originally thought of as the most tech savvy properties, and they're already seeing the revenue lift. So I think that's the other thing is that this is becoming an equalizer where it doesn't matter if you're a small market team or a large market team, these tools can really make an impact.
These were some, we don't have to go into the detail of it because we can share this stuff later. But some examples you had shared of like, Bayern Munich doing dynamic pricing, and you mentioned the Cubs stuff. And, um,
Yeah, I mean, I think these were just some.
the impact seemed to be more significant than, they would just sort of realize initially.
Exactly. I mean, I think like if you just even look at the personalized outreach, we did, I wrote an article on this just doing average MLB attendance and looking at like those percentages. Without knowing what the teams actually saw, this should probably be anywhere between a $3 to $7 million revenue lift. So the impact is fairly substantial. When you look at like, the chatbot at Wembley driving an
I
extra,
was shocked. 1.5 million in
yeah.
additional revenue.
I mean, I think it, when you look at the volume, it kind of makes sense. So they did 12,000
Yeah,
chats per month. So it's like what you're really doing. I think one of the biggest bottlenecks in ticket sales has been a lack of manpower to handle the volume and
right.
filtering. And I think these tools are now allowing folks to now actually convert a higher rate of the actual inbound that they otherwise couldn't always handle.
This was interesting too that, video is the highest ROI format, not short form video, not too much higher than images and live streams. Um, where to place your content bets in 2025? YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. We're still this, the powerhouses from a research standpoint. Brian, is that what you're seeing in your
Yeah,
day-to-day content and digital?
yeah, 100%. I think also we're talking about not just protecting your brand, but growing your brand. And we've made that concerted effort to focus on these three channels to reach a younger, more diverse fan base and using kind of content, especially non-baseball content, things that are more lifestyle branded
Right.
there, then puts it into our funnel. And obviously, as you're seeing now, those conversion rates are helping us, especially on the individual ticket side, to bring new fans to the ballpark.
But it seems from the outside perspective, not living your day-to-day team life, but also MLB life, where there's just so many damn games and so much content you're producing. I thought this graphic was hysterical. I was like, how the hell do you decide and determine which platforms are going to work for you? Are you just taking kind of a measured approach, you know, learning as you go and testing out different things? How are you assessing kind of that whole vendor, all
Yeah,
the different options
I
you
would
have?
love to say we have an advanced system integrating with AI to help us. We're not there yet, but we are using we're taking our data and plugging that in. There's probably a vendor that will, and I know we do get a lot of pitches for that can
Sure.
help us with metrics, but a lot of it is using that to kind of determine where those trends are. Uh, and it's been the system, and like you said, the lack of resources. We've had a lot of data and haven't really been able to fully not just digest it, but utilize it to predict and look at those ways that we can convert uh, content into actual revenue. And it's much more than just, hey, how many views do you have? But
Right.
is this specific demographic interested in this type of content, and will it lead to sales at a specific event?
You talked about it a little bit earlier too, of the human, not losing the humanity aspect of this stuff and being, I think there's an art and science of it. I mean, you guys just had Korean Heritage Night this week, and you had so much content around that, just that one night. And it doesn't seem like it's all this AI generated kind of crappy stuff, right? There, it's well branded still. It doesn't look like that's a content generated food stuff. Are you, is that mostly just, in-house graphic teams doing all of these kinds of things? Um, or are you starting to inject a little more AI into it?
No, we haven't used any AI
Because there's
imagery.
some backlash to that too, of like, what.
Oh yeah, there definitely is not, and I think that's part of it. But yeah, our design studio and social team and photography team is
Looks great.
still doing it. I mean, I think it looks great. There's something, to it. I think we've utilized AI imagery more for internal decks and pitches and whatnot, of like things that we could potentially create. But everything fan facing has not been utilizing AI, and I don't think it will anytime soon. Um, and that's obviously a whole nother discussion and hour-long debate that we could have
Right.
with people. But yeah, generally speaking, I think, and I think also, but where you are in your market also dictates where it is. But I think the artistic and human element of sports is what makes it so unique and special, that you shouldn't, that should be an area that, you maybe should uh, be very specific about and have that, versus other areas, especially in the KPI area of marketing,
Hmm.
and look to kind of optimize there.
Yeah. Some of the additional headlines, audio, we all know is booming kind of quietly. 91% of brands, maintaining or raising spends, 100 million listeners. This was interesting too. A lot of the traditional digital and SEO stuff is now moving to the large language models and results. I don't know about you guys, but like I can't remember the last time I used Google search for a normal thing. I'm using Google Maps, but
Yeah.
even Google with the AI stuff at the top is serving up better answers than 15 blue links that are driving me to other stuff. And I've just found that in the last 6 months, even I'm using, or even Perplexity and some of these others. And now it's marketers are now trying to build out, AI search SEO strategies,
Well,
which is an
yeah,
interesting trend.
that was an interesting, I think Google came out with that report this week, and it started to trickle out. But I remember a few months ago uh, hearing that TikTok search was growing, and Gen Z specifically is searching more on TikTok for shopping trends, travel, restaurants,
Yeah,
how-tos.
recommendations.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. So we have these. So Google, I think, is still obviously going strong, but you can see that trend moving outside, and it's yeah, I think ChatGPT and um, other platforms are becoming much more efficient for the early users, and that's an interesting trend for marketing. To You've had this great wave of SEO, and now it's I don't know if this is a great opportunity or if this is just going to make things more complicated, but
And
it's definitely something to take notice.
I think the other thing is just with SEO is right, there's two parts of it. It's for the last few years outside of sports, a lot of retailers were actually turning to AI tools that were outperforming their SEO agencies that they used to farm out. So in the agency world, they were losing a lot of business uh, to brands that just started taking SEO in-house using AI-based tools. And now you're adding the other layer of the LLMs and now creating a specific strategy for indexing on that. But there's really two parts of it. So I think there's also efficiencies with these AI tools that can, in some cases, just completely take out the need for having an SEO agency for those that actually employ them.
I think efficiency is a great word because we can all see that these tools will make us more efficient. And this headline was interesting. Obviously, we're all overwhelmed. 80% of employees are like, we don't have the time and energy to do this, or even go, at what point in the day on a game day do I have time to go explore and test and experiment with some new AI tools? And yet, you know, more than half of leaders are wanting more and more productivity. Um, and I think this whole agentic AI era that we're just starting to enter into is really going to explode over the next whatever 12 to 18 months. Um, and Shapal, you've talked a lot about this lately, and you just mentioned it earlier. That's kind of the next wave. What should we be thinking about now? Yep, ChatGPT and Claude and everything else. From a voice AI, how are we engaging with fans moving forward? And I'm going to jump into Alex here in a second too, who's your new creation. But just give us a quick overview of what we should be thinking about for this next wave.
Yeah, man, I think voice is going to be a big part because voice is just an easier, um, right? I think where all the generative AI, so it's been like chat text based. I think by
Yeah.
moving into voice, it's going to start creating a whole new series of experiences, right? I think you're seeing it with Meta and the Ray-Ban, what they're going to do with the UFC.
Mm.
I think that's an example where now someone could just be wearing their Ray-Bans and actually watching a broadcast and having a totally different commentary team that's just broadcasting in their native language without disrupting everyone else in the suite or wherever they're sitting, right? I think voice AI for can be a better inroad for customer service and things, right? I think versus like IVR. I think interactive engagement, I think that's also going to drive more, right? Where you could potentially now start creating highlights on demand based off of, we're talking about agents where we're observing social media comments going on back and forth between a group of fans, and a property could post right in there and have a clip or a content piece that's sort of created on the fly based off of what's being said, right? That's where like these agents can start doing more of that management. I think and I think for client services, as we talk 15 years, for sponsors, it's kind of been the same thing, right? There's a table, you used to have clipboards, and now you have QR codes. There's an opportunity now to create more frictionless sponsorship activation that I think with the use of AI will hopefully create a better fan experience and actually help sponsors create more data and fan capture. So
Mm.
I think those are some areas that you're going to see as we talk about the go forward.
You talked about voice. I have to get to this because I thought it was amazing. Um, Everyone should write down this phone number and just later today try it. Call this number. Um, Chappelle, walk us through. And I actually, for purposes of this, I was like, oh, I want to see what I called Alex, who is a I don't know, virtual phone rep basically for the Washington Nationals, correct, Tripon? Like that's the gist of it. And I was like, what does Alex, let me I want to put in here, what does Alex look like? I went to Gemini, and that's the result I got for the visual. I'm like, that's not Alex. You know what I mean? I said it's a she. She understands this. And I gave it back to Gemini again to Google and said, all right, no, 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 it's a female. Same kind of thing. I thought that was pretty good. And got this. And I'm like, okay, but I lost the background of the stadium. I lost the headset. The logo's all screwed up on her, test. I'm like, okay, that's not what so then I just went back to my go-to, which is, ChatGPT for everything now and the various versions of it. First try, that was pretty good,
It's pretty good.
right? I was like, look at the background.
It's great.
That's with no work. This is with 90 seconds of work to create an image of this thing. But anyhow, that's the background of. Tell us about this effort of why you were doing it and what you were testing out, and what the results have been. Because I called this number that you gave me this week. I was kind of blown away by the. I mean, I know I'm talking to there's a little bit of a delay, and I'm talking to a bot basically, but the quality was really insane.
Yeah, so this is a proof of concept. So to be clear, it hasn't been given right to the Nats. I haven't even spoken. The person I was going to talk to just recently left as CMO, but it I had seen in retail by this summer, I think I think the stats like north of like 53% of all like major retailer call centers, you're gonna end up talking to AI agents before you talk to like people. So this transformation is going on, which is a huge cost savings. And I always thought about this problem with in ticket offices, you only have so many windows and agents, and the volume of calls would always be you would hear that, right? The majority of calls for, hey, can I bring an umbrella to the stadium? What's the bag policy? Other questions. And that would end up taking the volume versus trying to, what gate do I go to? Where do I park, right? And I feel like that was a great use case for voice AI, right? It can handle this influx. It frees up those limited live reps to really focus on your higher ticket customers, actual upselling. The voice AI could even do upselling of tickets. It could do other things. She's bilingual, we made her be a bilingual. You don't have to press two for Spanish. If you were to talk to Alex in Spanish, she'll reply to you in Spanish. I'm not fluent, so when I talk in Spanish, she replies back to me in English because she knows I'm not a native speaker. And I think uh so it's really I meant to show folks because this is something that I think can improve the fan experience versus like a chatbot or waiting on hold. It can auto log things into a CRM. It can remember call history. So it can drive a better experience. It's cheaper to maintain. And it can also, I think, drive more insights.
I was impressed that, I got down a rabbit hole with Alex of, oh, what games are next week? Oh, the team's on the road next week. Oh, where are they playing? Oh, they're playing in Seattle. Oh, I'm from Seattle. Maybe I want to go see the Nats play at the Mariners. Can you help me with that? Well, she's not equipped to sell me tickets to the game in Seattle, but was quickly able to tell me where to go or if I wanted to buy tickets, and then come back to, oh, but are you still interested in the $5 Tuesdays that we have coming up? The first game the first Nats game back at home is that I was amazed at kind of the sophistication. And you were even talking about some of the things that maybe a person would call the office with and they don't really know.
Yeah.
you know,
Like where if you just had a baby where you can nurse, right? Or if you an autistic child, is there a sensory room? So like right, while they teams publish on websites, it's not something that is readily like remembered. So you
right.
get that. I think the reason you saw the learning though is that while we did it on a voice AI stack, it's actually using my OpenAI license. So as Chat GPT and the models get smarter, Alex is getting smarter versus like a closed SaaS tool. I wanted something so that my proof of concept from when I first had her, say 5, 6 weeks ago, she's
So
gotten
this is the
better.
least knowledgeable Alex will ever be because she, as a bot, as an AI agent, is learning and growing
Exactly. So when you're
every
asking
day.
about like Seattle, because it has the OpenAI piece in it, it can almost search smartly to find the info. So in essence, the AI was doing a real search for you and
Right.
telling you the information faster than like the ticket rep trying to go on Google and searching. But that's in essence what she was doing in that example
Okay.
that you used.
And now it's kind of, this is sort of forward leading and AI forward, of where we're heading. I think from a tactical and practical standpoint too, of us collectively getting to it. What are some steps we can all take within our organizations, our teams, whatever, to do all of this better? You know, create some strategies. We were saying 75% of organizations don't have a strategy or a roadmap. How do we kind of create this, especially if we're not the team president, we're not the CEO, we're not even the director of marketing, we're just one person. How do we get started? And Chippa, I like this graphic that you had kind of laid out. Um, can you spend 2 minutes just sort of working through your thought process of
Yeah,
how?
I think for anyone, right, an org, a department, or even a person, it's like you just got to get started, right? And it's like you could do. It's like so. What I was trying to really show here is what could like a 90-day plan be to get right. Something like Alex got done in a few weeks. It was really like just taking an idea, looking at your data, right? In this case, Alex was built on 4 web pages live on the Nationals website and nothing else, but we had them. Um, Deciding if you're going to build it buy something already out of the box or partner. I think you want to think of that approach. They each have pros and cons. I recommend starting small, right? Build a pilot project that you could iterate on, have some measurable ROIs to track, and then once you know it's kind of working the right direction, let's figure out how to scale and integrate. In the case of Alex, I'd argue she really, there's a lot of things she can't do, but is she worse than an IVR that all these billion-dollar companies are using, or not? I think for those in the audience, if you call her, you can be a judge of that. But I would argue she's probably better than most IVR systems. So she doesn't have to necessarily be as good as Brian as understanding all the nuances of ticket sales and service. But if she's better than the IVR, you've already materially enhanced that entire entree of your customer into your queue, which ultimately I think is going to lead to a better ROI for everyone.
Um, I had AI go through all this stuff and all the research and like, just give me a freaking quick summary or something. The data is clear. Marketers are pairing AI in an authentic way, I think is important too. But that video rich storytelling, Brian, that, you guys have already known that's where it is and what you've been leaning into. Um, but you leveraging AI in a greater way is freeing up staff members to do more, be less burnt out. And I thought it was interesting, teams that own short form video, personalized comms, AI ready SEO are teams that are winning the next revenue cycle. So I thought it was this. I put my new email of JD at sportsbiz.ai on there for if anybody wants
Oh,
to
that's
email.
fancy. You got a
Yeah, right.
.ai. That's very
Dude,
fancy.
you got to step it up now, Brian. You
Yeah.
know, I need Srabian.ai pretty soon, but yeah, if anybody wants to email me, I'll gladly send you all of these different research reports, or somebody wants to dig into anything. Please connect with Brian and Shupal separately on LinkedIn or through this app or whatever. Um, you guys are such a wealth of information and are always following you guys for what's next. Um, if I can escape out of this thing, I'll stop sharing. I think we've got just a few minutes left. What didn't we cover? What are we missing? How can we best end this on a high note?
Well, I just want to say you did a great job, Jim. And Shapal, I took a lot of notes while you were talking. I personally, I think and to me also, embracing, thinking of AI as personally, when you use it as like another member of your team. And when you
Mm,
start thinking of it that way and brainstorm ideas, I've used it a lot for brainstorming. I don't think it does a very good job of the creative aspect, but it does a good job of giving you ideas to springboard and you think differently. Also, the different tools. I'm a big fan of Notebook LLM on Google and creating projects so I can reference back and upload. So there's a lot, I think, from a personal standpoint to help you. And then I love the roadmap of trying to find pain points within your organization and trying to pilot something. I think that's something that we could all kind of champion within to start. So I appreciate both of you guys bringing that to the table.
And I appreciate having me. I think the one thing I'd say is I agree. I mean, I always tell people think of like the generative AI as like an intern, right? When you first start with an
mhm.
intern, they're fairly clueless, but you'll spend 10 weeks, you'll train it, it gets really good, and then they leave you. Most people go into Chat GPT, they do a prompt, and they're like, yeah, it's kind of okay. And then they just never go back. And it's like if you just spent 10 minutes to 2 hours, the next time will be half the time and half, and it's going to iterate. And then you can build things like I built, this voice agent. And so I think you have to do that. Part of how you do is learning how to do what's called prompt engineering, which will
Mm.
materially change the output. I've actually had people find that some of the AI creative I've done for imagery outperforms their in-house graphical design team. So I
I
think,
think a lot of it does come into the prompting of that and
right.
moving it down.
I think once you know that, so, and then on the policy side, I've been helping some collegiate sports ticket offices learn and train from ChatGPT, and it's helped them do things that took them 3 days down to an hour. But one of the things that was, is what I would also say is like I've talked to some other teams. They're like, yeah, we don't allow any of it. Well, if you just say no, people are already doing it. So if you it and then you're going to have a potential issue because if someone uploads a spreadsheet of 5,000 emails, you might get a FTC fine of like $100,000. So it's like you got to almost stop pretending like, okay, we're going to ban it, find the appropriate use case and put the appropriate guardrails in. Otherwise, people are going to start doing it anyway. And it doesn't have to be fan facing. It can be things that are just your call script at a ticket office, right? Your objection handling. These are things that no one's going to actually see. It's a Word document that ultimately you're giving to your reps. But if that can make the ticket manager go from 2 hours to 20 minutes, now they have an hour 40 to go actually walk around and talk to the reps and might help them actually convert more of the sales that day. So I really think those are some of the things that I would also do just at a small scale because those have been observations that I've seen where a lot of times people just dismiss or discount or they'd say, yeah, we're not just going to do it. And I think that's going to ultimately backfire.
Well, gentlemen, our time is up. Thank you so much for joining in the conversation. Appreciate you guys. I know we'll be talking often.
I really appreciate this. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All
Yeah,
righty, gang.
great
Talk to
talk.
you guys soon.
All right.
Later.
we're in this industry to win matches. I am having a technical issue though, so
Hi, Vincent.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
share my screen.
Let me turn this down a little.
Work, maybe I have to.
All right.
There we go. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good. I'm Lori Fuller and I'm a program director at SBJ. I'm just helping out on the production today since we have 5 breakouts and only 3 production team members. So it makes things a little challenging sometimes, but we'll I'm glad you're here early. We'll take a little time here. First question for you, are you sharing a video as part of your presentation at all?
Yes.
Okay, do you know about the Zoom settings that are specific for that in the sharing screen?
Um, what do you mean? How to
If you click on share, and we
Mhm.
can do that, we're not live right now. So if you
Oh
click
yeah.
on
Yep.
share,
Yeah,
you
no,
will see a dialog box that actually, before you select the screen, there's a dialog box that says, where's my notes? It says share option, share sound, and optimize for video sharing.
sure.
You'll want to make sure both of those are clicked on.
Optimize the video sharing experience, Zoom Workplace, and other apps. Windows may be asked as black boxes. So for some reason, the optimize for video sharing option is grayed out. It won't let me click that one.
Interesting. Not had that issue.
I see it and there's a question mark next to it, but then it won't let me actually click it. Hold shifted to select two desktop. Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Maybe, um, hmm. Let me do some quick research and figure out why that might be grayed out for you.
Wanna test it and see. So when I can click share.
Yeah, you can do that. Is it a video file that's on your computer or are you pulling it off the internet?
Whoops. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It's both embedded into the presentation and I have the file on my PC, so I can play it whichever way it ends up.
Okay, let's see which one.
This program is I mean it's the Black Sports Business Academy. It's really
You able to hear that?
Yeah, I think it looks good. The issue we've had with some of them prior is it almost buffers a little bit, but I didn't see any of that in your video. So hopefully, fingers crossed, will be good. If something does happen with it, after we're done, you can share the file with me, and when we post it for on demand, our production team can edit the video into the session, if that makes sense.
It does. Gotcha. All right, cool. So we got that one. Quick question. Will I have access and ability to leverage polls?
To leverage what?
Polls. So you on,
Oh,
yeah.
on Zoom?
Mhm.
Uh, that's a good question let me see if that's something I have access to release. Host tools. I do not see polls as one of my options in the host tools. Do you know where that usually occurs or how we are a Teams-based company, so Zoom is a little a little foreign for me, but
Usually it's so and you're like that bottom bar where
yeah.
participants chat, usually at the more option, there's a we click in there and there's polls and breakout rooms and those types of things.
All I have are captions, docs, notes, and whiteboard.
Interesting. And then there's not like
I do not see a polls option. Let me look in my desktop Zoom and see if I have the ability to add anything. Let me search here. Oh, here we go. Allow. Okay. Let's see if that's an option now. No.
the original meeting host can edit or add polls during a meeting if transfers another user another photo.
Allow host to add polls.
So I think that
Let me refresh this now that I've selected it and see if it will.
altogether, what I'm looking at is suggesting it's probably going to be one, a lot more complicated than it's worth, and two, we wouldn't have the time anyway.
Okay. Let me look in swap card. We have not, so the platform that we push to, the stream to,
Yeah.
it might have the ability, and I could send you responses in chat maybe. Here, let me look. Polls. Answers to polls. As soon as a poll is posted, you will be able to express your opinion. Do you have specific questions that you want? It looks like I have the ability to add polls to the platform. I think I have to do it based on when you want them to fire. Let me look here.
So will participants be watching via Zoom and chatting via swap card?
They watch via swap card. So we push the Zoom stream into swap card. So it's like a video player, essentially.
Gotcha. And so if I use the chat function on Zoom, will it all be the same, or is it a separate?
It does not show the chat function on the stream, but there is a chat function in swap card.
Gotcha.
And we can take questions from swap card, and I can, if you don't want to have two things up at once, I can post those questions into the chat here in Zoom, and you can answer them.
Okay. And then my I have two folks who are coming that I want to put on screen for like a quick panel towards the end. What would be the best way to have that sort of procedurally?
So they will need the link that you used to connect to me. And as soon as they come in, as soon as they go camera on, they will be pushed in. So in a few minutes, I'll go camera off and the stream does not pick me up then. You have to have your camera on for the stream to pick up. So they will just need to enter the room. I'll keep an eye because I'll have to give them admission into the room, but they will enter the room and turn their mic on with their camera and they will be in the shot.
Gotcha. So they'll come in early, but I'll just have them turn their cameras off until it's time.
Yeah, they can do that.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I think as far as the questions go, I'll probably just for the sake of the conversation, I'm just going to say them aloud and have them use the chat or come off mute to share their like real time feedback rather than doing the poll.
Okay.
I think that'll be fine. And then for the audience, are they able to come off of mute and have their faces seen? And okay, so they're just listening and
They
chatting.
are just listening in. Yep.
Perfect. All right, cool. Okay. It's funny
Cool.
that I did all of that because I definitely did a session on swap card a few years ago, and it's literally the same. And I just guess I needed a quick refresher.
No worries, no worries at all. That's why I'm here. I'm going to record this, so you'll see the record button go on just in case there's any technical difficulties. We'll just have you continue and then we'll post it on demand. But once we're up and running, it should be good. And what I will do as we get a little closer to session time, I'll count you down. I'm going to go off camera, but you'll hear my voice come on, and I'm going to count you down from 10. I am not going to say 2 or 1. You say those in your head, and that's when you go.
Perfect. All
Okay?
right.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else here I need to run down with you. I don't think so. Oh, as soon as the session's done, you and your guests will need to just drop off Zoom. Like, don't have any like end of the session banter because the stream stays live. So we'll want to just have you guys drop off because then the next group will be coming in for the last session of the day.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Well,
Good.
I'm going to disappear here for a minute and I'll be back. It looks like we've got about 6 minutes. So.
Okay.
We have 1 minute. Don't forget to turn yourself off mute. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
All right. Good afternoon. I think wherever you are, it should be afternoon now. Let me see here. I just want to get myself set up. Excited. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for joining. Excited for the conversation today for a lot of different reasons. Not the least of which
3.
actually be joined by two, all right, who are going to do a lot to bring some of the context of this conversation to the forefront. But this session, as you all likely know by now, if you're here, is around skills for the future and what our work, our being the Black Sports Business Academy, with the next generation leader says about tomorrow and what the workforce will look like. Not only look like, but what their perspectives might be. And how we as leaders can be adapting now to prepare to make space for the next generation of leaders. And to do so in a way that actually embraces different perspectives. And we'll reflect on some of our own lived experiences. I'll share some of mine and invite you all to share yours as well. So I'm going to just share my screen very quickly. And we'll roll right into this afternoon's conversation. So boom, so now you should be seeing my image with the graphic for today's session. And so quick introduction, my name is Vincent Pearson. I'm the founder and executive director of a nonprofit called the Black Sports Business Academy. Before launching a nonprofit and getting into D&I consulting myself, I actually spent about a decade or so working in D&I roles in corporate spaces. So I started with minor league baseball, was there for about 5 years. I was with Bloomberg for another year doing as a D&I business partner. And before then, held a variety of roles in college athletics, wherever you and the afternoon now. I hear a little bit of echo here. I just want to get myself set up. Excited. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for joining. Lori, would you? Excited for the conversation today for a lot of different reasons. Not the least of which
3.
actually be joined by two, all right, who are going to do a lot to bring some of the on here. Excited for the conversation today. Lord, can you hear me? For a lot of different reasons. Audio, a lot of feedback and echoing on mine. Actually be joined by two, all right, who are going to do a lot to bring some of the on here. Excited for the conversation today. Lord, can you hear me? For a lot of different reasons. Audio, a lot of feedback and echoing on mine. Actually be joined by lots of brain.
Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to fix.
I think, so Lori, I can't hear it now. I think if you stay on mute, then we'll be fine. All right, unless there's something else I'm doing wrong. If so, just let me know. I'm going to go back into the share screen. So again, talk a little bit about my background at D&I. That's led me to my work now with the Black Sports Business Academy. And rather than me rambling off a bit about who the Academy is and what we do, I'm going to share a quick video that hopefully fills some of the, or explains our story a bit better.
This program I mean, it's the Black Sports Business Academy. It's really intentional and really promoting the student.
BSBA is one of the most immersive experiences that you can get. I feel like a lot of times people go to HBCUs because they want to be around people that look like them, and BSBA is 100% an extension of that. You're around a bunch of high-performing HBCU students who have the goal of working within the sports industry.
You not only learn about the specific niche you're going into, you learn about all the other careers and all the other opportunities being a part of sports truly can afford you.
The sports industry is something that a lot of people are interested in as far as my peers, but we don't have a lot of accessible professionals who can guide us through all the things that they have encountered and all the things that we may encounter. So it's really just exciting and encouraging to have that type of guidance.
Black Sports Business Academy really allowed for me to get all that exposure all at one time, different departments, different leagues, different franchises, all at once. So I would definitely say without BSBA, I would not be where I am today.
As my parents always told me, to have a job that you love to do just so it doesn't feel like a job. Without BSBA, I would not know half the people that I know that Vince and Curtis and BSBA has introduced me to, and so I'm forever grateful for them because I don't know where I would be within the sports industry without them.
What was one of the questions that we heard this morning from a student, right? About how can I stop running into that roadblock? How can I stop running into no's? Maybe we need to pivot from how can I get into your building to here's the value I can add in your building. The Black Sport Business Academy was launched during a time when our country was going through a social justice movement. Founded in 2020, our immediate and intentional focus was on the needs and experiences of the students who were on campus at historically Black colleges. How do we create something that addresses their needs, puts them in position to be successful, and puts them in position to grow and develop?
I think the inspiration behind the Black Sport Business Academy revolves around the relationship that I was able to develop with Vince Pearson going back to 2008 during our time as undergraduate students at Virginia State University. Being students of an HBCU, especially at a time where HBCUs, particularly institutions like Virginia State University, weren't getting the attention, walking into classes together saying something's not right, and then fast forward to being able to create something that has impacted hundreds of HBCU students in a very short span of time.
We've gone from an experience that was 100% virtual to an experience that includes 3 in-person trips that students get to participate in 100% free of charge.
This is what our partners help us to achieve. The mission and our vision behind never charging an HBCU or an HBCU student to gain access to more than 50 to 60 programs on an annual basis.
So the industry is responding not only by putting their money where their mouth is when they say that supporting HBCUs, developing Black talent is important. It's hiring them so that they can begin their careers in sports within their organizations. And when we see our members go from 3 meetings a week in the academy to full-time jobs in the sports industry, that's the ultimate mission.
After and upon graduation, I'll be interning with the Indianapolis Colts as a digital media intern.
I currently am an assistant at United Talent Agency.
I was chosen as one of 71 fellows to participate in the NBA HBCU Fellowship.
And I was able to take the tools that I learned in BSBA and apply them to the National Football League, which is one of the biggest sports leagues in the world. And I don't know, I just think like on the front end, being a part of something like that is a really good long-term investment.
So that is a bit about the Black Sports Business Academy. I'll share our mission as well. It's to focus and enhance the learning experiences and career outcomes for students at HBCUs, specifically those who want to work in sports. You heard Curtis Walker, who's our co-founder. Both our lived experiences has sort of led to this mission, where we recognized during our time at Virginia State University, and then going and transitioning to graduate school at University of Central Florida, there was a gap in terms of how the business of sports and entertainment was being taught. Not just how, but who it's being taught by. And so the Black Sports Business Academy sits in that gap and addresses that specific challenge. We also hold strong to 2 organizational promises, one that will never charge a student or an HBCU for programming that we create, and then that students will always be our top priority. This might seem obvious, but it's easy to get caught up in this idea of filling internships and prioritizing the needs of our partners. We're intentional to hold on to the idea that the students' priorities deserve to be met, and we lead with that as an organization. Some of our other programs, Futures Forum, this is our campus event series where we visit campuses and bring programming related to sports and entertainment. Again, activating our mission on learning experiences and career outcomes directly to campuses. BSBA The Yard, this is a dynamic digital platform where essentially it creates a 24/7 communication method for the BSBA family and other members of the HBCU family. Our month of mentorship, in February, we connect students with executives who essentially donate their time to mentor and contribute to the learning experience for our students. Again, creating a space where they're learning directly from executives who are doing what they think they want to do. And then the virtual career fair, it's exactly what it sounds like, creates a space where virtually students can connect and learn about different career opportunities. Our flagship program is the Academy. It's a 14-week experience. This is the one where we mentioned now we hold 1 or 2 in-person learning experiences throughout this program. But this is, I mean, just as I stated, this is the flagship. This is where the greatest impact is created and where we see a lot of our members get to glean from the experience that we look to put on for students. And these are our 2024 partners. We'll update this for 2025, but we've gotten a great response from industry in terms of just supporting us in our mission. And all the partners that you see on screen here make a financial contribution to us being able to achieve that mission. All right, so why are we here today? First and foremost, thinking about the workplace. We're coming up on a time where we're starting to see in volume 5 generations represented in the workplace. Now, differences in generations being represented in the workplace is nothing new. This is something that we've always had to deal with. I don't mind sharing. I am a 35-year-old millennial born almost right in the middle of that time frame for our generation. And I'll invite any other millennials on the call or the session to join me in this, thinking back to our first job. And what challenges do you remember running into during that first job in sports? Whether it be challenges of perception, opportunity, access, whatever it may be, how do you remember feeling going through that experience? And I'll bring up, some of my own without naming folks, obviously going through the experience. But working in a college conference office, there were times where I felt that we weren't using technology most effectively and innovatively. Like there are ways that we could be more innovative with the technology that's available to us. At this time, though, I will admit, I remember sitting in meetings about streaming rights. And it felt like we were all just trying to learn Spanish. And you think about just where digital and viewing rights have gone now, it's continued to evolve. But there were other peers of mine who may have been more bullish, thinking that I could do so-and-so's job so much better because I know how to X, Y, or Z. Now, I'll share a quick story. During my time in my first role, I remember the commissioner of our conference office would call me into his office and he'd be frustrated and flustered, and he would just ask if I could help him find the folder that he lost on his Outlook, right? Moving too fast, clicked and dragged something and lost the folder. And obviously this was something that I could fix relatively quickly. But I felt good knowing that he had the peace of mind, knowing that he could just call me and that problem would be done. But at the same time, it's a difference in skill, right? A difference in exposure, and a difference in ability. So fast forward, obviously that was 15 years ago now. And now leading the Black Sports Business Academy, it's not uncommon for me to reach out to our alumni or our members and ask for help building social media templates, leveraging Canva in the most effective ways, whether or not we need a TikTok or Blue Sky or Threads or whatever it is that there's available now. In a lot of ways, technology seemingly has passed me by. And now I'm in the seat where I may be calling someone into my office to help with something that just seems extremely obvious for them. But what that calls for in some reflection is just how do we use being in that position to ensure that we're creating environments, to ensure that we are at least aware of how to maximize the skill set of those who are coming into the industry, right? And so that's where I think the opportunity lies. So we went through an assessment of sorts, conversations and asking questions to our members and our alumni on this exact challenge or these exact issues. And so before we get into that, a little bit of who we are as the Academy. We've got 121 members. I think it's interesting to see that our gender identity is maybe a little flipped from what you might expect from a sports business development program, where we're right about 60-40 in the gender split leaning women. I think that in and of itself could be telling for where the industry is headed. 31 HBCUs represented in our database. I think it's also worth mentioning that the majors who are interested, those you might assume, sport management, marketing, business, but then we're also seeing communication, psychology, journalism, political science. These majors are showing up in troves because the only question that we ask to qualify is, are you interested in working in sports after college? If the answer is yes, and you attend an HBCU, then you qualify for the program. Some other information about our members: they tend to be high achievers. Not only do 70% of our members finish the program, finish school, and work in sports, but the average GPA is a 3.5. When we look at their profile compared to their peers on campus, they tend to have more experience working and more experience working in relevant roles for sports and entertainment jobs. They tend to have their first internship before they even begin the academy. And they're often involved either in the community or on campus with programs that have a service-oriented focus. I think this is also another relevant factor that engaging this next generation. There's a variety of interests. I already talked about the majors, but interest in career paths. I mean, we're right about 5 years old. We got our official 501c3 status in 2021. And we have a huge variety of career paths already, from athletic training to accountants, events, legal, media, sales, journalism. All these different career paths have already come through. And so we're seeing just such a wide array of interest. And I think, again, part of our charge is how do we make sure that they've got exposure to all this so that they can develop their curiosity and interest in these spaces. And then for our group, they tend to be more culturally aware. I'll pat ourselves on the back. We emphasize cultural competence and emotional intelligence as we work through our curriculum, right? Both with intentional workshops and just with the environment we seek to create. But there's also a natural benefit to attending an HBCU. There are cultural experiences that you're going to have that are different, cultural exposure. If nothing else, that you're aware that you're within a culture. And then oftentimes when you transition into corporate spaces, you recognize a difference in culture and you got to navigate that differently. So our members tend to be more culturally aware again than their peers. So let's see. So one of the questions that we asked was around what's driving you. We asked for students to rank, for our members to rank in order what drives them in terms of what they're concerned about in their career. So this is the part where I was going to put up a poll and ask a few questions, but instead I'll get straight to the findings. The things that were called out as most important were opportunities for advancement, developing new skills, and the one that we probably all presumed is compensation. I think that this is interesting and important for us because in my experience, both as a consultant and full-time employee in sports and entertainment, the opportunities for advancement aren't always as pronounced or clear as they might be in other industries. you oftentimes have to sort of get in, pay attention, look around, see what's happening, see who it's happening for, and if you fit into that to determine whether or not there's a realistic opportunity for advancement. Now, with that being said, it's a unique environment, right? If you've got a sales team, for example, and one sales manager, on paper, it looks like your 20-person sales team would all be committing for that sales manager job when it comes available. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the pathway, right? Because we're also very interested in developing new skills. In fact, a lot of students are getting advice from mentors, perhaps like myself or others. You may need to take that sales job to break into the industry and then use that to pivot out of sales to get into whatever it is you really want to do. So rather than taking the traditional approach and assuming you're in sales because you want to move up in sales, perhaps a reward for high performance could be a conversation to learn what you're actually interested in doing, and doing it in a way that doesn't shame the student for having an interest outside of what they're being asked to do, but do it in a way that is actually genuinely curious, paying their performance back with genuine curiosity as well. And then we'll talk more about compensation. I think that there's a lot of that throughout the conversation, and I want to do that in a holistic way. What I found interesting in some of the findings were that the remote work opportunities were actually labeled as least important. I think, and the conversation around remote work, work-life balance, flexibility actually started before COVID, but boy, if they didn't take off post-COVID. And the idea that I should be able to do work in a way that works best for my schedule or be able to work from home. I think sometimes we paint with a broad brush and assume this next generation just wants to do it their way. This suggests that that's absolutely not true. The opportunity to work remotely was least important to our profile of students. And then flexibility was the only other option that got significant votes in this place of least important. So that to me suggests that the incoming generation is willing to make the sacrifice. They're okay with giving their time, with working hard, with doing it in a traditional manner even. That's not something that bothers them, which I think is necessary in sports and entertainment. We put on live events. That's the space that we are. That's the space that we're in. And if you desire to be in that space, you should be prepared to make that sacrifice, right? This suggests that that is also true. So when we paint with a broad brush and assume that the next generation just wants to have it their way or work remote or think they can do everything from home, that's not necessarily true. So the complete rankings, just to give an idea of what they were choosing from: opportunities for advancement, developing new skills, compensation, working relationship with your boss, flexibility, the connection to your peers at work, organizational culture, connection to leadership, life outside of work, and remote work opportunities. Those are listed in the order with which they were ranked for the entire of our group. I'll go ahead and call it out as interesting to me that organizational culture sort of falls on that back half of importance. I think it's appropriate. But I thought it was very interesting, again, using the ways that we sort of paint with a broad brush and this idea that the upcoming generations are a lot more aware and a lot more conscious of these things. Now, this isn't saying that that's not true. I think it's absolutely true. But at the same time, when it comes to their career, they're a lot more savvy than to say, if the culture doesn't fit, then I don't want to go. Perhaps because they recognize if I use that as a factor, I'm going to have a hard time finding a good fit at all, right? So again, a little bit of that is my own understanding and my own sort of discernment, but I just thought that was interesting and worth calling out. The other piece, life outside of work, falling that close to the bottom of the ranking. I thought that was very interesting, but not to be overlooked are the connection with your boss and peers at work as well. And we'll get into some of that with the feedback we got during the pros and cons session. So a few questions I'd implore you all to consider and maybe explore even, via reflection now, but especially when you get back, to your day-to-day with your organizations. How are you intentionally building opportunities for young talent to develop their skills? Is this something that's just happening organically, or are we being really intentional and looking at whether it be even attending free events like the NSF Summit, or identifying local opportunities for them to work on new skills, identifying skills and collaboration that they're interested in developing? And then what does the pathway to advancement look like within your organization? Is it clear or is it ambiguous? I think that can be a very, look in the mirror, come to Jesus conversation to have. If you're a hiring manager, or if you have access or where are hiring practices, right? So these are things, two opportunities, quick questions that I think could really do a lot for how we engage and interact with the incoming generation. I wanted to share one quote. It looks a little nasty on this graphic. The opportunity for career advancement is strong. The time management required from working extra hours, the skills learned in networking and working on rigorous assignments usually lead to opportunities to climb the ladder within the organization. To me, this sounds like a person who was able to peep quickly the path to advancement within their organization, right? And they did right there. They were high on a lot of other areas as well, including the interaction with their peers and their boss. They came into the organization in a cohort style program. But it just calls out how the importance of this and how it can really drive engagement when it's clear, like clear what I'm working towards, clear what I'm working for. So next up, we talked about pros and cons. We asked them to list 3 pros and cons, and some of the top that we saw: networking, working with passion, and access. The opportunity to network, I think, is very key. There's a lot of networking that happens organically, right? Meeting your colleagues, meeting other sports and entertainment executives in the area that you're working can happen naturally. But the question for us as organizations is how much of that, how many times are we facilitating that versus letting it happen or putting the onus on the individual? And then working with passion. This was something that, again, I think could be obvious. You hear a lot. You even heard in the video that we showed this idea of, my mama even told me the same thing. When you're picking a major, pick something you love. You'll never work a day in your life. I would probably change the quote a little bit. We've absolutely worked. But I've been in spaces where I worked minus the backdrop of sports and entertainment, and that void of passion was palatable, right? So not just for ourselves, but a lot of the feedback also called out how we're feeding on the passion of others and recognizing that our peers are just as passionate about coming to work day in, day out as we are. And that's something we really feed off of. The access was something else that was really cool to see called out, because it wasn't just access to events or access to, like the WNBA All-Star or going to the games every Sunday, but it was access to leaders within the organization. The opportunity to connect with those at the highest levels and actually be recognized. And the president or CEO or VP in my department remembered my name. Like, these are things that I think culturally and within an organization can be, we all have the assets to be able to do that, right? In terms of the people that are there. It just requires the effort and intention to recognize the young folks who are coming into our organizations. Some of the cons, I want to be mindful. They did call out working hours, the entry-level pay, lack of representation in a high-stress environment. I included both of those because they were kind of ranked equally. You have to call out a con. And so working hours being at the top I think that could be read one way, but I certainly don't take it as a complaint. It's more that, hey, look, at the end of the day, that's part of the work, but it's not always the most favorite part of the work. It's not the thing that we most look forward to. Entry-level pay, again, we'll have a separate conversation on compensation. And then lack of representation. This wasn't one of the areas where we gave them a list. We allowed them to sort of call them out on their own. So seeing that was perhaps not shocking. but definitely something that gave pause, the recognition of that and how it impacts the experience. And then connecting this to a high stress environment, it's interesting that they came in equally rated because there was one comment that really tied it together well. I think I actually included on the next slide. But we talked about how the two sort of play into each other. So before we get to that, a couple other insights. There were several pros and cons or items that were listed as pros and cons. The fast-paced environment, competitive environment, the travel that's related to the work. I know for me coming up, I couldn't wait to be told I was going somewhere, but for some others, that's not seen as a benefit, right? And that's fine, to each his own. Building healthy habits and maintaining a healthy lifestyle while excelling at work. I think that this is something that we should absolutely be mindful of how we encourage. I know there are some workplaces that offer a gym membership as a benefit. There are some that even bring like yoga classes to the office. But there's certainly more that we could do in that space. And that's certainly, few and far between where we see those benefits offered. And then the impact of politics. This is something that probably for the last decade has been a palatable conversation. It's something that we haven't really found the best way to address. I don't know that there is a quote unquote best way to address, but it's something that's really important and only increasing in importance to generation. I think that millennials were the first generation labeled as like carrying this as something important. And it's only gotten more important to generations as they come. So the top quote, I think, was more leaning into the pros. The world of professional sports is fast-paced, always evolving. Every day brings new challenges and opportunities, whether working with athletes or big events. The dynamic atmosphere keeps things fresh and exciting. But then this goes back to the comment I made on lack of representation, high stress environment. The lack of Black women in representation leads to questionable comments relating to race and gender. I think that this is, again, the lack of representation almost leading to a dynamic that creates a high stress environment. So I think that was, definitely something worth calling out. So what I'd like to do now is create space for two of our members who've joined me. We've got Canberra McDaniel, who's with One Team Partners, and Jordan Young, who is with Crosshand Productions. I believe y'all were in the same cohort, right? 2021? No? Okay, I'm already wrong. Canberra 21, Jordan 22. But they're both on our alumni board as well, as climbing the ranks in their respective careers. So I wanted to bring them to, obviously, right now we're going old head presents results, and now we're going to go for the young folks to actually talk through their own experiences. Before we do, would love for you all to just do quick self-introductions. Canberra, why don't you get us started?
Hi, everyone. I'm Canberra. I got my undergraduate degree from Howard University and my MBA from LSU, and I currently work at One Team Partners as a senior coordinator.
All right, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordan Young. I am a graduate of North Carolina A&T State University. Like Vince said, I was in the 2022 cohort of the Black Sports Business Academy, and I now currently work for Crosshand Productions, which is a golf consulting and media agency. I've been there for about 7 months now.
All right, so I'm going to warn y'all now. Y'all know I tend to go off script. I'm going to do that in this conversation, but I'll begin on script. I talked through the rankings. So Jordan, if you remember, what did you select as most important for you, and why did you choose that?
I believe I chose compensation, and it's not in the way that like money is the most important thing to me for getting paid, but it's more so in just that early college, early adulthood realm. It's kind of like money is the root of a lot of my problems. So it's like if I'm getting paid X amount of money, I got to figure out how I'm going to live, especially in a city or state that has um, really high cost of living. It's kind of like, do I go back home, which where I'm from, it's not much of an in-person opportunity to network and grow within the industry, or do I go to a city where I am now, which is rich in every sport and every kind of interest that I have, but I'll be cutting it a little closer. So I just want to be clear that compensation doesn't always mean that money is the that I want to make $150,000 or something like that off the rip. I know that's not how it works. I just want to make that very clear.
Absolutely. What about you, Cam?
Yeah, I also put compensation. Sorry, I feel like I had a echo, but yeah, I also put compensation. It's very similar to Jordan, but yeah, I want to be able to pay my bills, but I also want to be able to put money in my savings and take trips when I want to. So compensation is very important to me. And also I know the quality of my work. And so I just think being compensated for the quality of work I'm giving is very important.
100%. Now, I'm going to be sure to close with that note on compensation. I thank you both for sharing that. Throughout your career, since we talked about this idea of developing new skills, what new skills would you say you've picked up along the way? And I guess what was the how? Was it something that was intentional, or was it something more organic and just a project that you were assigned? Canberra.
Yeah, I think two new skills that I picked up throughout my career is confidence and communication. I've always been confident and was able to effectively communicate with people on the same level as me, but speaking to people in C-suite roles and execs, that can get very nerving. So that used to like make me feel a little scared, but once I continue to grow in my career, I realized, we're all people at the end of the day. Yes, we may have different titles and be in two different tax brackets, but we're all doing the work for the greater good. So just being able to have like an open dialogue with the CEO of my current company really helps me, grow and be confident with speaking to people that are in like a much higher position than me.
That's awesome. What about you, Jordan?
Yeah, so I think it was kind of a mix of it was kind of a random thing and I also wanted to do it, but I think the graphic design and things like that. So my first job we didn't have much of a social media presence. So I thought, this would be something that will one help them, but it also helped me out twofold. So I kind of really went into that and started being like going really hard on making things that looked good. And that kind of helped me get my next job. And I'd say a soft skill is just like Cameron was saying, like with versatility and communication. I think that's really important with the C-suite executives, but then going to talk to kids or people my age. Just maybe like the middle managers, people like just above me, like millennials, Gen X, that kind of crowd. So I think I work in the golf industry, I should say that. So being having to do those things and really put myself out there has really helped me like going forward.
No, that's good. I love the context too, like communication. Both of you mentioned it. It's not just verbal or written. It's almost even more granular that who's the audience and being able to adjust. Um, Both of you have also transitioned from your first role. So I say I'm the old head, but y'all are well on your way. What would you say helped you most during that transition phase? Campbell, we'll come back to you.
I think the thing that helped me the most is sitting down and figuring out what exactly I want, like making sure that I wasn't chasing a title or a certain like pay range, like figuring out what's going to make you happy, where do you want to go, and then after deciding that, leveraging the connections that I made within the industry to help me get to where I currently am.
What about you, Jordan?
Um, I will say my village. Vince, you were part of my village because you were part of my board of directors of what I should do next. So again, for context, it was a fixed fellowship term, so I knew I was going to be leaving. But it was more so of just the choice of which opportunity to take. Because I really value relationships, and for lack of a better term, I was scared that I would burn a bridge and never, get that back. But just being empowered by you, Vince, and a couple of other people, even the people who are now my former employers, they really, kind of poured into me and was like, yeah, you should really consider doing this, follow what your heart says instead of trying to in essence live for somebody else. So shout out to the village. Thank y'all.
No, that's super important. I appreciate you sharing that. This is where we go off script a little bit, Jordan, because I didn't know compensation was the highest, the one you marked as most important. But I think it's also interesting because I know as part of your village that you turned down an opportunity outside of sports that would have come with more immediate pay. Can you talk about for you what what led to you making that decision, and then how do you feel about it today, having, turned that down?
So I it was either you or one of my employers, and it came back to what my original why was. And my original why started off with being somebody that the next me could look up to, right? So representation. And I'm gonna just be frank, in golf, there is not many people working in golf that look like me or look like Canberra. So I'm thinking to myself, I should at least see this through. So I thought that was worth giving the pay cut. And it also helps that I'm still young and I'm still on my parents' health insurance, so that is important. But the main reason was the why I got into sports and entertainment. So, or the industry of sports and entertainment.
I
But
love
how? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
How do I feel now? I feel great. I don't really think about the decision anymore. Just in more in terms of how it made me feel. That's how I think about it. But the I don't think I made the wrong decision, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree. I agree with you. I think you're right. So this is being recorded for sports and entertainment execs across the industry to tap in with. We've got folks who are joining in live now. I want you all to be able to speak to some of the misconceptions and labels that your generation may receive, right? Fairly or unfairly. Um, you have their ear for 5 more minutes. What misconception would you want to speak to, and how would you suggest maybe perspectives could be changed around that topic? Campbell, will come to you.
Yeah, this goes back to the compensation point. I think a lot of execs in the industry and just overall believe that our generation just wants a lot of money for not a lot of work. Like we just want something for nothing, when in reality, that's not true. We don't just, want a higher salary because we want to make six figures or, do whatever. We want to just be able to live comfortably while also saving money and potentially, doing things for leisure. I think a lot of times when you speak to execs and you vent to them about the compensation issue, they'll say, well, $40,000 for entry level role is not bad because I made $35,000 when in my first role. But you have to realize that the economy is different. Like when you graduated college, a loaf of bread was probably $1, where now it's $5. So I think just understanding that our generation doesn't just want more money just so we can see a nice check. We want to just be able to live comfortably and also make sure like we can build a good life for ourselves. So once we move or go to the next place, we'll be able to have a solid footing. Because also a lot of the places like states where the sports like industries like a big hub at is like New York, LA, which those are really expensive to live in. $40,000 is not that much to live in those places. So yeah, just realizing that compensation is more than just wanting a big check. It's because we want to live comfortably.
Appreciate that. Jordan, same question. What misconception would you want to speak to?
I guess I'll start with the first sentence. We really need to check our internal biases. We all have them, and that's okay. But I I hear a lot of Gen Z. So we're both Gen Z. Should say that. Gen Z is lazy. They don't have grit. Like as to Canberra's point, just want something for nothing. And I really, really hate that. Just we've been through a lot as a generation so far. So I don't like that. I don't like having to defend a whole generation of us due to a misconception, because I think now more than ever, just in work in any industry, who wants to be overworked and underappreciated, so I'm not saying that's the entire industry, but I'm just saying we should look and understand that a lot of it, none of us want to feel disposable, right? Like we know a job is a job, but I also would want to be appreciated. And whatever that may look like to different employees is up to what they say. But I think we should, check the internal biases at the door.
That's it. I'm pausing and looking for words right now, Jordan, because it makes me really proud for you to say that, right? When we think about our programming and what we try to impart upon you all as important and perspectives to carry. That's very a very mature response, and really for both of you, just to be able to talk through in very candid terms. My request for anyone who listened to that would be that you hear and listen without bias, right? I was one of those people who started my career. Canberra, my salary was $13,000 a year when I got started. But my mom also paid half the rent, right? And rent was like $1,100. Like that same rent is literally like $2,100 now at the same spot. I checked before the session. That is, a significant increase. It almost doubled in less than, 15 years. And just going back to the timeline of Gen Z's 97 to 2012, we're talking about a generation who, lived children when 9/11 happened, children when the housing market crashed, children when Donald Trump was elected for the first time, coming into your own when COVID hits, going to the workplace. Perhaps you went to school for a time, perhaps you completed that virtually. Yeah, to your point, Jordan, it takes some grit to just kind of live through all that, especially whether or not you're aware of what's happening around you, you still feel the weight of it. So I appreciate you both for joining in, chiming in and sharing your thoughts and perspectives. If anybody has something to say about their POVs, bring it to me, right? I created the space. I empowered them to share. Just do me that favor and hold that against me. If there are any hard feelings, there should be none. Any final words before y'all peace out? I just want to give you a chance. Share anything you didn't get a chance to.
I think just to all the younger people that are watching this and are starting in their career, just bet on yourself. Never be, too scared or anything. The worst thing someone can tell you is no, but denying yourself the opportunity before someone else can even do it is only going to hurt you. So just have faith in yourself and just be your biggest advocate.
I'm gonna just leave it where Canberra left it because that was a good word.
Awesome. So I'm going to close out with I wanted to circle the loop back to the compensation piece. Cameron, Jordan, y'all can turn your cameras off. A few very interesting insights on compensation specifically as we sort of worked through the data and feedback that we got from our members. I think you got to hear bits and pieces of it from Jordan and Canberra. But it's not that the expectation is that we enter the industry and immediately be paid like leading executives. It is that the industry respond to society, right? We do want to work in sports. We are willing to make the sacrifices. We just don't want that sacrifice to be dinner, right? And I don't think that's an unfair request. Also, it doesn't top the list in terms of concerns. And I think that this is worth identifying because it's probably the misconception that I hear most often. Is that they think they should be paid 75, 80, 90K right out of school. And most often that's not actually the case. Like I said, for Jordan, for example, turned down a higher salary because he wanted to work in sports, which is what we all had to do. That is still very much happening. The other side of that coin is how do we re-emphasize and more heavily emphasize some of the things that were called out as more important to make up for the fact that you're probably going to make an exception on compensation, especially in the early going. So how can we make sure that those networking experiences are at a premium? How do we make sure that the passion that you brought into the space is something you're able to feel day in and day out? Can we make that up with access? I'll tell you now, when I started at the college conference office, they had a program, unofficial. It was called Feed the Intern program. All those college championships you got to put on with the leftover Gatorade and Doritos, all that stuff was in boxes in my house for weeks. Much appreciated. Survived some summers because of that. right? How are we just recognizing those issues and doing what we can rather than just saying that's just what it is. Also, on the other side of that, the opportunities for advancement and developing new skills. It's been called out that those two things are at least equally more important. And I'll share with you, it was actually the opportunities for advancement was far and away the number one item selected as most important. So what I think, if there's one thing to walk away with, it goes back to that question that I asked earlier. Is the pathway to advancement in our organizations clear or is it ambiguous? If it's clear, are we communicating it and making it so that it's understood rather than has to be unearthed or figured out? If it's ambiguous, how do we get it to be more clear? Advancement doesn't necessarily have to look like becoming a people manager, going from account executive to sales manager, but it needs to have some sort of structure around it, because I think it then gives young people and really all of the people within our organization something to aspire towards. I think this is one of the spaces where sport lagged behind some of the other entities in corporate spaces. So that's the whole of our presentation. Thank you so much for joining us. If you'd like to learn more about the Black Sports Business Academy, feel free to reach out to me directly. You can find me on LinkedIn, Vincent S. Pearson, or you can visit our website, www.thebsba.com. We look forward to hearing from you and have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I am not hearing you. Let me see if that's me or you. I may have turned my volume down because I had multiple feeds hitting me at the same time.
Is that
Hello.
Perfect. Yep, that works. Perfect. Hey there, how are you? Woo.
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Oh, I am not hearing you. Let me see if that's me or you. I may have turned my volume down because I had multiple feeds. Okay, sorry about that. We've got the live stream going to YouTube and it's also in my browser. So I was hearing myself have a conversation with you with like a 3-second delay. So apologies. I'm Lori Fuller. I'm a program director at SBJ. I really appreciate you being with us today and doing this session. Do you have any embedded video that you will be playing?
No, I'm not. I took the video out. I did have a video in it, but I'm gonna skip over it.
Okay, great. There's just some settings we need to tweak it for presenters who are going to show video, but if you aren't, that is perfect. We'll go live here in about 12 minutes. Actually, no, 17 minutes. It's 4:25 is when we will go live. If you want to just hang out here for a few minutes, I'll come back in. I'll let you know when there's a minute. I will go camera off because that's how the stream picks up the feed. So it'll pick up anybody who's camera on. So I'll just come in as a voice of God when I come to count you down. I will start at 10 and go to 2, and then you just say 2 and 1 in your head. And after you say 1, then you start your presentation. There's just a little bit of lag time there. Um, If there are questions, I can add them. So the questions will actually be pushed through to SwapCard, which is our platform. I will copy them out of SwapCard and paste them into the chat here in Zoom so you don't have to be monitoring multiple screens. Um, Otherwise, this seems pretty cut and dry. Do you have any questions for me, Jamie?
No, so it's like normal Zoom, right? Like I do share screen.
Exactly. It's normal Zoom. You'll hit the shared screen, and it'll be just like you're in a meeting. It's just a live stream that's pushed into our platform. So,
Right. I actually do, oh yeah, there it is. Right. Share. Okay, cool. Um, all right, awesome. So yeah, I'll do the share screen and then I just talk and it's gonna be funny. I always hate doing these where I talk to myself for an hour. I'm like, it's so
yeah.
brutal. Not seeing anyone is oh man,
Yeah.
it's like a test. It's a true test.
It's hard, especially when you're staring at yourself for an hour, right?
Yeah. I'm like
Hopefully the
smiling at
presentation
myself.
will, now
Yeah.
hopefully the presentation will take up the big part of the screen and you'll just have a little you in the corner. But
Yeah.
I will be back in here in a few minutes. Holler at me. I do have the audio up, so if something happens, if you have a question or something before we go live, just holler at me. When you're done, just disconnect and drop off, and the stream will end. So.
Okay. And then did you say you come in with no video or should I be like no video?
No, you definitely have to be on video. I will come in no video because then the stream doesn't pick me up when I'm counting you down.
As like the speaker. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got it.
Cool. All
Okay.
right. So you're gonna count down 2, 1.
10, 9, 8,
Hey,
7,
welcome
6, 5, 4,
everyone.
3. You'll say 2 and 1 in your head, and then you'll start.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be back shortly.
All right.
Jamie, you have a minute and a half.
Thank you.
Okay, Jamie. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today. Super excited to talk to everyone. So let me do this. Let me share my screen and we can go ahead and get started. You don't want me to start talking without sharing the screen. So welcome. Your time is extremely valuable. So I do not want to waste it. So let's go ahead and get started. So first things first, what you're doing right now is extremely difficult, right? You're here, you're working to improve yourself. That right there sets you apart from the majority of people. All right. You're focused on maximizing yourself and fighting to be your best employee, student, leader, teacher, child, sibling, aunt, uncle, mom, dad, whatever it is, right? You're trying to be your best. You're trying to bring your best. Now, a lot of times your hard work probably goes unthanked or unnoticed, and that can be difficult. Some people might not support your journey, right? They might not understand your vision. And I bet you bring a lot of your work home through relationships and just what you're doing. You're passionate about it. That's not easy. Now, one thing that I hate is when I'm working really hard, I'm working my butt off, and someone comes in from the outside and tries to tell me what to do or what I need to improve or how I need to change. And that's my job today. So I'm excited to share that with you. Now, what I want to do is simply share some things I've learned and I've experienced through working with some of the best coaches and athletes in the world, right? You're the expert on you. Feel free to take it, use it, change it, make it your own, do whatever you need to do. Again, you're the expert on you, and I respect your expertise. So my name is Jamie Miraz of Miraz Leadership Consulting. I partner with organizations to focus on culture, leadership, sales, and mental skills development. My background is in performance psychology. 10 years of my career was spent coaching in the NFL and Division I football. My passion is in team dynamics, and I currently teach sports psychology in the master's program at Boston College for sports administration. So great, Jamie. You're a self-proclaimed leadership expert. What does this have to do with me, right? Every day you wake up, whether you have a team or not, right? You're a leader. You choose whether you wake up or you hit snooze. You choose what you eat, you choose what you drink, you choose what music you listen to, which way you drive to the office, who you follow on social media, and most importantly, you choose how you speak to yourself daily. If we're able to optimize your ability to lead yourself, we will then develop a championship culture within, and you will be choosing success, right? That's what we're here to talk about today. Strategic action and leadership. How do you choose success? We have to make strategic action and be intentional about what we're doing. It's not luck, right? It's a decision. It's not a choice, you're creating it. So a favorite quote of mine is, the culture precedes positive results. Champions behave like champions before they're champions. They have a winning standard of performance before they are winners. Now, sometimes we forget that where we are today is a direct reflection of the choices we've made in the past, right? And this quote is all about following the plan, not the feeling. We need to follow the plan, not the feeling. You need to start making choices that align with your future, not based on how you feel today. So the focus of today's meeting is going to be on our thoughts. How do we communicate with ourselves first and then turn that into action? I'll say it again. Sometimes we forget where we are today is a direct result of choices we've made. And we also forget that regardless of the choices we've made in the past, right? Today's a new day and we can start making new choices. So let's start taking ownership, and that's what we're going to start with. So my only question to you is, please, if you have a question, ask it. There's probably a 99% chance someone else has a similar question. So please do not hesitate, ask the questions. And that will be it. My goal is to be as helpful as possible. I hope everyone has a pen and paper, because remember, the faintest ink is stronger than the best memory. So on the top of your paper, I want you to write down these 2 questions. How can I apply this to myself? And then personally and professionally, who can I share this with? A lot of the things we're going to talk about today apply both personally and professionally. So I want you to really reflect and see, who can I share this with? Write it down, see who you thought about when we had this conversation. So let's go ahead and get started with our very first choice, right? Now, I want you to think of a scenario you've been in. It could be cooking dinner, right? It could be anything that you participate in. There's a result. The result is good, we take credit. The result is bad, we find excuses, we blame others. So what this is, it's called self-serving bias, right? The self-serving bias is when we attribute positive events and successes to our own character or actions, but we blame negative results on external factors unrelated to character. What are some good examples of this? You write a paper, you get an A, you worked really hard, you studied up, and you're a really hardworking student. You get a C, teacher doesn't like me, the grading was off, and this was not fair. Another great example in sports, you win the game. It's because we work hard, we have great coaching, we have super talented athletes. We lose the game, the referees were against us, we had some bad calls, things didn't go our way. All right. Another example professionally is onboarding, right? You onboard a new hire, they end up being super successful and great. It's because of your development and training, right? We let this person go before their 90-day. Well, they were never a good fit to begin with, and we need to revamp our hiring process because of that. It has nothing to do with you as a teacher or developer. So I love this self-serving bias because it really identifies 2 different mindsets. And we do this to protect our ego, right? That's why we have this self-serving bias. It's to protect our ego. And it identifies 2 mindsets, a victim mindset and an ownership mindset, right? A victim mindset is helpless. The world happens to you. And the ownership is that you can make choices and you can have influence. So there's a quote, famous quote, right? You either win or you learn. And I believe that you win or lose, right? And the key to success is taking ownership from both, right? We learn from both. Winning leaves clues. So what we need to do is we need to get in the habit of taking ownership, whether the result is good or the result is bad. We have to figure out, what did I do? Did I get lucky to have this good result, right? Was there some luck involved? Did I get some calls my way? What did I do to influence this? Things go poorly. What did I do to influence this? Did I not prepare enough, right? We have to take ownership and really start to think about how we influence the outcome. Now, we said today was all about self-leadership. So one thing that I want us to think about is if we can start paying attention to how we describe things that we choose to do or don't do. So right here in this column under no ownership, right? These are examples of common phrases that we may say, and really it takes away responsibility. And then on the right side, we have some examples of taking ownership and taking responsibility. So first one is, you're in an argument or dispute with someone and they say, because we don't say this is just who I am, right? Has anyone ever heard that before? This is just who I am. Can't change. I was raised this way. Well, how do we take ownership of that? How do we change what we just said to take ownership? This is who I'm choosing to be, right? I'm choosing to react this way. I'm choosing to speak to you this way. I'm choosing to raise my voice. Another great example is I can't, right? I cannot. How do we add ownership? I won't. Saying I won't versus I can't is a completely different, kids at a completely different meaning to turning something away. Now, I'm not talking about dunking a basketball, right? I can't physically dunk a basketball. It's not that I won't, I would love to. But I'm talking about other things where you do have choice. And we say I can't a lot, most likely. How can we start taking ownership? This is a good one. I don't have time, right? How do we take ownership? Well, this is not a priority to me, right? This just isn't a priority. And I'm sorry, that's it. So when we stop validating bad choices, you give yourself the opportunity to make better ones. So now I talked about the ownership versus the victim mindset. The way we speak to ourselves can really share a lot of insight to how we feel. Do we have this ownership or do we have a victim mindset? And ownership is really essential to happiness. If everything happened to you or by chance, then what would be the point of doing anything, right? Because everything's happening to you. When we take responsibility for our actions and we realize that what you do matters, right? You empower yourself, you empower the people around you to have more purpose and have a more fulfilling life. So big thing is we really want to just focus in on the way that we speak to ourselves and the way that we talk about what's going on around us, and realize if we have this victim mindset or if we have an ownership mindset. We want to make sure we're leaning more towards the ownership and we're noticing that we can influence outcomes. And that's a really, really important thing. So what I want you to do, I want you to take a second, and this is about choosing the narrative. I want you to think, who can I share this with? And how does this apply to me? Who can I share this with? And how does this apply to me? Choosing the narrative. This is our first choice that we make as leaders. We're choosing the narrative. Take 1 second, write down some notes. How does this apply to myself? Who can I share this with? So we just talked about how ownership is essential, right, for happiness. And research tells us that a positive mind will outperform a negative or neutral mind, right? A positive mind is going to be more creative, more resilient, more energetic. And we collect about 40 million bits of information per second, right? But we can only digest about 11 million, which is still a lot. Now, the lens in which we digest and view things really is your perspective, right? And research shows that we can change that lens. So do we have any baseball, softball players, anyone who's familiar with the sport in the room? What I want to do is I want to take you back and paint a picture for you. So this is a baseball field, right? So I want to bring you back to, it's the late 90s. I'm probably in 5th or 6th grade, right? It's our first year in the big field. We went from little leagues to pony leagues. We're playing on a big field. This is our first time. So my buddy is pitching, Herbie, right? Herb steps on the mound. Let me paint this picture for you. We got Herbie pitching, my buddy Fat, he's the catcher, right? And my friend Joe's at first base. There's a runner and he's taking a really big lead. So, this is our first time on the big field. So this is exciting. So Herb, looks at the runner, looks back, looks at the runner again. And then he steps off the mound, throws the ball to first base. Joe catches it, tags the runner, safe. No big deal, right? Very routine, basic play, not a big deal. Joe throws the ball back to Herb. Runner takes a lead. Herbie's looking him off, takes the ball, pitches it, throws it. Fat catches it, jumps up, throws the ball to first. Joe tags the runner, safe. Again, not a big deal, routine play. So all of a sudden, Herbie's dad, he's our coach, comes out of the bench and he starts screaming, "Way to go, Jamie. Hell of a job out there, buddy. Keep up the good work. Keep up the focus," right? Now, I apologize for anyone who is in this position, but, where do you put the kid who is pretty much a liability in the field, doesn't get the ball much, needs a couple of innings so that he can get on the field? Where do you normally put that kid? Well, this was me out in right field. All right, I was counting dandelions, maybe seeing if any dragonflies were coming my way. But what would happen is every time Herbie or Fat would throw the ball to first, this is what I would do: take a step over, take a step back, take a step over, take a step back, right? So here's the power of what Herb's dad was doing. So he was yelling at me, and what I was doing, I was backing the ball up, right? I was doing my job. What was I supposed to do? I'm supposed to back up. If the ball goes past Joe, right, many yards back there was me, because I don't even think there was a fence. I was probably so deep, no one could hit the ball to me. So if the ball got past Joe, I was there. I was playing my backup. Now, here's the power of what Herb's dad was doing, right? He was looking at me while everyone else was looking at the ball. Now, he's yelling for me. Now he's bringing attention to me. So now some of the parents in the stands are like, yeah, way to go, Jamie. Good job. Keep up the hustle, buddy. I'm like, no one ever gets to cheer for me. So I'm thrilled. Hey, everyone's watching me. I'm backing up. I hope Joe misses this ball because I'm gonna stop it. It's not gonna get past me. I'll be the best backup in this league. So what Herbie's dad was doing was he was maximizing our ability by choosing what he was focusing on, right? He was choosing to catch people winning. And this is our next principle, right? If you want to choose your environment, you make the choice on what you focus on. There's always going to be time. There's always going to be negative things. There's always going to be frustrating things. But if you want to maximize your environment and you want to create a great environment and you want to maximize your mindset, what we have to do is we have to determine what are we looking at and what are we looking for. So this is how we choose our environment. Now, research tells us that if a team can maintain a ratio of 3-to-1, 3 positive to every 1 negative or neutral interaction, that team will have an increase in performance. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to think to yourself just for a second, what's something that might go unseen? What's something that goes behind the scenes? Someone who works hard, someone who does something that is expected, but might not get thanked. Now, one of my favorite things to think about is like, who's someone with a lot of energy? And they're just like an energy person. They show up, they're excited, they're happy, they're bright and bubbly all the time. A lot of times what happens is we just expect that from them and we say, oh, that's their personality. But in reality, it takes energy, right? It takes time, it takes focus, it takes intention. So sometimes we take it for granted. And it's human nature. We look for threats, we look for things that are negative. It's a negative bias. We have that. It's a real thing. So what we need to do is we need to be intentional about making sure we're looking for good. Now, the number one question I get on this 3-to-1 ratio, how in the world can you maintain that? Right now, a positive interaction does not have to be bringing in coffee for the group or getting pizza or buying. Like, that's a lot of time what leaders try to do. They think, oh, I can throw some money at this and we can make it a positive environment. It's not about that. It's about walking down the hallway. Are you looking at your phone or are you smiling at the person approaching you and saying good morning? Right? A smile is a positive interaction. Looking at your phone and walking past each other, now that is a neutral, right? That's neutral. It's not good, it's not bad, it's nothing. Now, what we want to do is we want to increase those positive interactions. Now, all right, how do we take the real magic happens is when we can take corrective feedback. If we can take negative feedback where we're giving someone something they need to improve on, if we can turn that into a positive interaction by creating hope, hey, this is our path forward. Now we're going to blow that ratio out of the water because now we're taking a negative interaction and turning it into a positive. So the goal is really, we just have to be intentional and we have to make sure we are controlling what we're focused on and we're choosing our environment. There's always going to be negative things. There's always going to be things to complain about. It's our choice to find the good things. Now, Tony Dungy wrote a book and he talked about an interaction he had with John Lynch. John Lynch at the time was the captain of their defense. They were the number 1 defense in the NFL. And John Lynch went up to Tony Dungy, coach, and he said, hey, coach, are we doing anything that you like? Are we any good at all? Right? Like he had all this doubt. Like, I don't even know if we're a good defense because we don't hear anything. And Tony Dungy wrote in his book, you know, where there's lack of communication, negativity and doubt fill the void. So this to me, where there is lack of communication, negativity and doubt fills the void. This to me is about that neutral interaction. It's not even negative. It's not positive. It's neutral. There's just nothing there. Well, our default is negative and doubt, right? That's what we're going to lean on. We're going to fill that emptiness with negativity and doubt. So we have to be very intentional about how we communicate and what we are focused on. We can create a better environment by being intentional about what we're looking for and how we're communicating. I just thought this was funny. My mom sent me this. It's a picture talking to a catcher, right? I just think it would be nice if you visited when I was doing well too. How many catchers go up to the mound and say, great pitch, that was awesome, right? No, they only go up when it's time to pull the pitcher. So what I want you to do right now, I want you to take a second and I want you to reflect. How does this apply to me? What am I focused on? Can I create a better environment? And who can I share this with? Who's someone personally or professionally? Because remember, this is the same at home. It happens at work. It happens in the locker room. It happens at home. So I want you to think, who can I share this with? And how does this apply to me? All right. Take 1 second for that. Okay. Now, oftentimes when we think about this 3-to-1 ratio, usually the first thing that comes to mind is a personal relationship. So I read this story once where there was a marriage counselor who believed that they could tell how healthy a relationship was based on about 15 seconds of the conversation. And they believe they could do it based on how we respond to good news, right? How do you respond to good news? Now, they outline there's about 4 different ways you can respond to good news. And ultimately, I really think there is. But this is all about choosing our relationships, right? We're choosing how we build our relationships. So what I want to do is I'm going to share some good news, right? And then we'll go through each way to respond. So let's just say, hey, you know what? My brother and his fiance, his wife, right? They're pregnant. Really exciting. They're about to have a baby. We're thrilled. We can't wait. So my brother calls me. He's like, hey, Jamie, how's it going, man? I got some good news for you. I'm like, oh, what's up, brother? How's it going? He's like, hey, you know, we're pregnant. We're expecting a baby boy. We're really excited about it, man. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I pause for a second. I'm like, hey, did you talk to mom about Memorial Day? Do you know, are we having a cookout? What are we doing for Memorial Day? All right. What did I just do? My brother shared good news. I'm a convo killer, right? I just completely ignored his good news. And this happens often, right? We're so busy. Someone comes up to us, tells us something. Oh, I had a great weekend. I'm going on a trip, whatever it is. They share good news. We're so busy that we just move on to the next ticket item. I'm like, hey, did you see that email I sent you? Did you get this? Did you get that? Right? And what we're doing is we're ignoring and we're dismissing the good news. All right. So another example. Hey, Jamie, how's it going, man? I'm so excited. We're pregnant. We can't wait. Oh, that's awesome. I'm like, oh, cool. Do you know what you're having? He's like, yeah, we're having a boy. Oh, man. I remember my son Robert, man. I remember when he was born, it was the best. He was 99th percentile for height, weight, head circumference. He started walking like 7 months, right? He's just a prodigy. The kid's awesome. It's the best, man. I'm happy for you, but it's gonna be tough to live up to Robert, right? He's gonna be a tough big cousin to live up to. What did I just do? I was a one-upper, right? I take their good news and I outdo them, right? Someone said, oh, we got a new puppy. We're so excited. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. My dog was potty trained. Are they potty trained yet? My dog was potty trained when we bought them, and she's great. We walk without a leash. It's the best. Lily is just the best dog ever. All we're doing is we're bringing the attention to us, and we're telling the person that we don't care about your good news, really. We don't care. All right. Here's another good one. Same thing. My brother, pregnant. Hey, Jamie, how's it going, man? We're so excited. Baby's on the way. We can't wait. We're so excited to be parents. I'm like, oof. Well, say goodbye to the next 18 years, right? The average kid doesn't move out of the house till they're 28 years now. 18 years are going to take all your money, and then they're going to come back, and you're going to be feeding this kid for 30 years. Good luck, right? Say goodbye to your life. What do I just do? Complete joy thief, right? I'm completely raining on their good news. My brother's giving me good news, and what am I doing? I'm just talking about how bad it's going to be. And this happens all the time. Oh, hey, we're getting married. And they're like, congratulations. 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? How many times do we hear that? I feel like Joy Thief is one of the most popular ones because people love to do that. And sometimes it's funny, right? I'm not saying it's perfect. Sometimes it is funny. But a lot of times what we're really doing is we're just telling them we don't care about your good news. So there's 4 ways to respond and only one good one, right? So let's get to the good one. Hey, we're pregnant. We're really excited. We can't wait to be parents. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome, man. How exciting. Have you guys started getting the room ready? Like, what are you planning? Are you going to find out if it's a boy or a girl? Right? What am I doing? I'm asking more questions. I'm a joy multiplier. I'm going to ask them questions and expand on their good news. Someone just got back from a trip or they're planning a vacation. Where are you going? What makes you want to go there? Why are you going there? What are you passionate about, right? When we are joy multipliers and we ask follow-up questions, active responding, right? What we're doing is we're showing them we care. So we're building a stronger relationship. We're also reliving that good news. If someone just got back from a trip and we ask them about their trip, they're going to share all this stuff with us. Now they're reliving it with us. Now we're part of that good news, right? We're just building stronger relationships. Now, this doesn't take long. This can take 30 seconds. I always say 1 to 2 follow-up questions. Someone shares something with you, ask a question, just one question, right? It can take 30 seconds, unless you got a talker who's going to take a bunch of time, but just ask a follow-up question. And here's the deal. If you're in a rush and you're a convo killer, make a note. follow back up with that person. Ask them, hey, sorry I had to run earlier. Tell me more about your trip, right? It's the easiest way to build stronger relationships, and it is 100% a choice. We choose how we respond to good news, all right? So what I want you to do right now is I want you to reflect. When was a recent time where you shared good news? How did you respond to someone? Or how did they respond to you? And someone shared good news with you. How did you respond to them, right? Choosing strong relationships really starts with our thoughts, and it starts with what are we focused on? Are we focused on ourselves, or are we focused on someone else? And one of the easiest ways to catch people winning, right? You want to create a positive ratio 3-to-1. One of the easiest ways is to just ask follow-up questions and care when people are talking to you. Just ask them questions and follow up with them, right? That's the easiest way to choose stronger relationships. So right now, take a second. How does this apply to me? How do I reply to people who share good news? How does it apply to me? Who can I share this with, right? Again, personally, professionally, who can I share this with? Let's take a second and reflect on that and write some notes for yourself. So speaking of strong relationships, our next category, our next choice is about choosing allies. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to take a second. I want you to think about your best friend, your favorite people in your life. Who are the most important people to you in the world? And I want them to be personal relationships, all right? I don't want you to write anything down. Don't write down any names. I just want you to think about it to yourself. I want you to think, who are the most important people to me, right? I want you to think about that. It could be a parent, a relative, a classmate, a friend, a teacher, a sibling, right? I want you to just think about it for a second. Who are they? Now, what I want you to do, I want you to write down qualities, right? I want you to write down qualities of that person, not their name. I don't care about who they are. I want you to write down the qualities that they have. They treat me with respect. They speak to me nicely. They value my opinion. They're supportive. They're honest, right? Nothing physical, like, oh, they're great runners, right? I don't care about their physical abilities. I want you to talk about how they communicate with you, how they work with you, how they support you, those type of things. Take a second. I want you to write a few things down from the most important people in your life. What makes them so valuable to you? How do they interact with you? Hopefully everyone has a few things written down. Typically, what tends to come up in these are, the person is supportive, they're funny, they believe in me, they help me increase my confidence, right? All these different things. Now, what I want to ask you, out of these adjectives you just wrote down, is this how you describe the relationship with yourself, right? We're talking about self-leadership. We all have a voice inside of our head. We all have this person we talk to all day, every day. You're not crazy. We all do it. Now, what is the tone of that voice? How does that voice speak to you? Is that voice supportive? Are they honest? Do they believe in you? Tell me more about that voice, right? That's what we really want to dial in on. Now, if you can't use these words to describe the relationship with yourself, I'm so happy. Why? Because this is the easiest thing to improve, right? Working on that voice inside of your head, it's 100% in your control, and it's something that we can improve. It's not easy, right? I'm going to oversimplify it. It's not easy, but we can do it. And to me, that's the first place to start. Without this foundation of that self-talk, everything else is going to be more challenging. So that's my first question to you. Can you describe your relationship with yourself the same way you describe your best friends and the most important people in your life? If you can't, that's where we should start. Now, this is a great clip. I'm not going to play it right now, but this is a fantastic clip of Steph Curry. He's doing a post-game interview, and he had missed a few free throws. And there was one free throw where he's on the line, he's dribbling the ball, and he's got this big smile on his face. And he's smiling, and you can tell he's like trying to smile. And the reporter asked him, he said, hey, Steph, why were you smiling? What were you laughing about when you were on the line? And Steph Curry, he starts talking about his mindset. And he starts saying, I know I have to believe in myself first. And he says, the smile was intentional. He says it, smile was intentional. And so what he was doing was he knew he had to lead himself and he had to put himself in a better mindset so that he would be able to perform at his best. He didn't feel like it, right? He did not feel like smiling, but he knew I have to lead myself out of this. No one is going to lead me through this. So I have to make sure that I'm doing it myself. So the smile was intentional. He was very intentional about smiling. So what I want you to do right now, talk about choosing allies, right? How does this apply to me? Write down a little bit something about your self-talk. How does this apply? Is this somewhere where we can improve, or do you have pretty strong, solid self-talk? How does this apply to me? And then who can I share this with? This was something my mom, I used to learn from my mom. She used to always tell me, like, hey, at the end of the day, it's you, yourself, and you. When you lay your head down at your pillow, that voice, like, they got to be supportive. They got to be your best friend. You have to be your own best friend. So that's something that I've taken with me and something that I still to this day believe. So think about it for yourself. How does it apply to me? Who can I share this with? So the last choice that we have as leaders, we have millions of choices. This is the last one we're going to highlight today. To me, is the most difficult to execute. So who got sick, over, let's say, Christmas or New Year's? That tends to be a high time when people are getting together a lot and tend to transfer germs, right? We talk a lot about how germs are contagious, and we rarely, very rarely, and I don't know, maybe they do, but from what I understand, we rarely talk about how our energy is contagious. So some of you may have heard this story before. The number 13 in this picture is Steve Nash. Now, Steve Nash is a Canadian basketball player, right? Not many basketball players come out of Canada. He won back-to-back MVPs back in 2004 and 2005. Now, when you win MVP, typically you lead a couple statistical categories, right? You're multiple categories, you're number one. Now, he was a point guard, but when he won MVP, he only led the league in one category, and that was assists, right? Now, the other category he led the league in isn't on the stats chart, right? So UCal Berkeley did a research study where they wanted to see if there was a correlation between physical touch and wins. So what they started doing was they started tracking how many times Steve Nash made physical contact with his teammate. Could be a high five, could be a slap on the back, could be an elbow, whatever it is. How many times did he make physical contact? Now, he averaged over 2 seasons. He averaged 239 touches per game, right? Per game. Now, that's not easy to do. Now, he wasn't very intentional, right? What he was doing was he was investing energy into his teammates, transferring energy to them. Now, like we said earlier, catching people winning. A lot of times people would probably go, oh, that's just Steve Nash. He's a high energy guy, right? There's no such thing as a high energy guy over 2 seasons with that many touches per game. He had to be intentional. He had to be practicing. He had to be focusing on it. So my question is, all right, how else can we transfer energy to people? Because we all don't play a sport, right? We're not out on a basketball court. We're not out on a football field. We're not playing baseball every day. We're working in offices. We're working with teams. We're doing whatever we're doing. So how do we transfer energy to people without just giving high fives? Because you can. High fives are great, right? But what else can you do? Words of affirmation, right? Have you heard about the love languages? Words of affirmation, acts of service, right? Doing something for someone and then sharing it with them. Gifts, spending quality time with people, talking to them, asking them questions, right? Everything we talked about today, choosing strong relationships, catching people winning, these are all ways that you can transfer energy to someone without giving them a high five. There's alternative ways. But it all starts with a choice, right? It all starts with how do you want to come up? How do you want to come across as a leader? And what are the choices you're making? So what I want you to think about right now, choosing energy. To me, the hardest thing, because you don't feel like it every day. We don't, flat out. There's probably 30% of the time you do, 30% of the time you don't, 30% of the time you're just neutral. You don't feel like anything. So how do we choose our energy every day? I want you to think about that. How does this apply to me? And who can I share this with? How does this apply to me? And who can I share this with? So this is last but not least, this is one of my favorite quotes of all time. Starts with watch your thoughts, right? Your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny. Now, destiny is a big word, and similar to the quote, if you want to change, be the change you want to see in the world. Sometimes the world can seem so big. And it's like, well, how can I actually make that change? So what I like to do when I think about this, I like to reverse engineer, and I start with destiny. And the question I ask myself is, how do you want to be remembered? How do you want to be remembered when you're no longer here? And it's kind of dark, right? When you think about, someone walking down past your funeral, right? Like, what do you want them to say about you? How do you want them to describe you and share stories? Like, what do you want them to tell people about you? And for me, when I reflect on that, it helps me think about my destiny. And then what that does is, through reverse, it helps me control my thoughts, because I think about, how do I want to be remembered when I leave this room? How do I want to be remembered? So for me, I like to reverse engineer, think about my destiny first, and that helps me create clarity, right? When I have clarity on how I want to be remembered, what I want my destiny to be, then your thoughts and your words can support your destiny, right? And the choices you make will accelerate progress. It all works together, but it starts right here with a thought. Now, again, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that it starts with a thought. And if we can create some more awareness around that, and we can work hard towards it, then we can create the destiny we want. So what I want you to do right now, I want you to think, which one stuck out to you the most? What's your number one takeaway? Choosing the narrative, right? Ownership versus a victim mindset. Choosing your environment. What are you focused on? Are you focused on the good, or are you focused on the bad? Choosing strong relationships. How do you respond to people when they share good news with you? Right? How do you respond? Again, these are in our control. Choosing allies. How's our self-talk? And the last one, choosing our energy. How do I want to show up? How do I want to, what do I want energy? How do I want to impact the people around me, right? What influence do I want to have on the people around me? So I want you to think, where do you need to start taking ownership in your life? Could be something that we push off and blame, or we can start taking ownership for ourselves. So my last thing is, when it comes to leadership and culture, you're either teaching it or allowing it. So I always tell my leaders, if there's a challenge in your office, or there's something you're frustrated with, you're either teaching that or you're allowing that. It's the ultimate ownership quote. And it's the same for yourself. If you don't like your self-talk, you're either teaching that or you're allowing yourself to speak that way to yourself. So again, thank you. My name is Jamie Mraz. My information is right here. Email mirazmission.com, at Jamie Miraz on LinkedIn, social media, Instagram. Reach out to me. If I don't see any questions in the question box, if anyone has any questions, reach out to me directly. I'll do my best to respond as quickly as possible. But yeah, we work with leadership teams, we work with sales teams, we work with individuals, all on maximizing your self-leadership, and how do we increase our influence on everyone around us. So I hope everyone had a great session. I hope you took something from it, and I look forward to hearing from you. So if no one has any questions, I'll see you all later. Thank you.